There we go. We are now live on YouTube as well. Good morning. I hope everyone's doing well. As you can see, we have Godot up. Oh, and I've got something slowly crawling out of my closet here. But we're good. We're gonna wake up to some name generations. You know how you do. I got my water. Gotta stay hydrated. And we'll kind of just start. If you remember, last time. Oh. This is where my computer crashes. Too much game. Too many menus. We're gonna fix up some of these things. We were creating some custom slides, custom buttons. We've got this hire heroes. We've got our other one underneath that should also be hidden, but is not. And then this should be hidden before we purchase. There should be a close button or accept kind of thing. And then of course when we press it, because we're using the old buttons, it crashes because we're trying to spend gold on a building, which we don't have. So there's a few things we can do. I think the first thing is, let's fix these sliding menus. So let's do this. We know the game menu window is where we're kind of getting this stuff built. And the Adventures Inn is being built correctly. Now what's happening is the Adventures Inn, when it creates it, we then have it also created sub-menus. So it should be in the Adventures Inn side. Or maybe not. Maybe I forgot how we create that. So how does Hire Heroes get built? We got the generation. Let's just hide that. Oh, there it is. We're just threw it in the ready function here. So if you remember, we have a I wonder if I can call this a base menu. Oh, will that make my life easier? Maybe not. I was just curious if it would start showing my No, it does not. Alright. That would have been nice. Alright. And as always, if the music or anything like that problem, let me know. So now we're removing it from screen. Let's just see what happens here. Oh, that's better. All right, so that's good. That's kind of what we expect. So let's fix these buttons here. There's two ways to do it here. We've got the buttons, we can start from scratch, or we can modify the base button to adjust it to how it should be. What I'm thinking is we've used the wrong base button. We need to use the start menu and their buttons. Main button template. Just gonna hop on Google real quick. Kind of looks like this is a bug in Godot, but I'll just assume that's a me thing. There's a few people reporting it, but they've closed it. So for signals menu, duplicating the node, you cannot disconnect it once it's duplicated. Okay. So if I just throw it in here, yeah. So let's take that button and then let's change the script. Oh, we're a low energy stream today, that's for sure. And you don't need a lot of this info. But I know I'll have to add a few functions, so I'm just going to comment it out for now. So let's not worry so much about roster. Essentially, let's just extend export button type. Let's do an enum. Let's call it hire roster GCBAS. Let's call it. Should be seeing it on my inspector here. Oh, unless I've got an error. There we go. All right, so then we've got the button types. We know the button types we want, so then let's build this off and change the names based off of that. So, ready. Let's call this then update button. I also like exporting my variables for the things that I have to type out, so the button itself is one scene though, right? Yeah, it is. All right. So, and I like calling dot self, so. All right, I'm gonna sit down here. We've had a good run here. Oh, too low, too low, too low. All right. Kill this headroom. So could actually be a good use of a match. Can we use match? Oh, we do. Oh my word. Let's use the Godot's version of match. Okay, I'm just looking for a quick reference here. I'll just use the GD script then. Alright, so essentially we are matching the okay, yeah, just like other matches. Alright. So then let's do this. Match button type. Ah. And then oh, we're cooking with fire now. I know, the if else statement is a little sad. It's being removed. It's throwing up errors. You can't do this to me! Why does it not see D? You should see D. Okay. What did I call it? D tier purchase. We are copying and pasting this. CBAS. Okay. I thank you for the helpfulness, Godot, but you need to stop giving me all these little prompts. There you go. All right. So we got the matchup. We'll update the name based off of the export value there. That makes sense. We'll also replace the scripts on these guys. And now, essentially, because they're enums, and this is fun, I can now also have ranges, because if you remember, enums are all just numbers. So, let's do the pressed value all the way down here. So we could do a match, but I do want a range. Can I match with a range? Let's have a quick look. It is still in question. All right. I could introduce an array. Now we'll do the if statements. Oh, it was a dream. All right, so equals button type dot higher. We are essentially changing windows. So let's do a function for change windows. And let's call it window name. Only I could type. Then it would be okay. And let's just call that pass for now. If you didn't see what I typed, that's okay. Change this to roster and just because I think I'm going to use a lot more versions here, add more to this button set. I'm going to do button type, and so it has to be greater than or equal to dot D, and button type has to be less than or equal to dot S. So that means that if I press anything in that range, I can do the by hero pressed and then button type. And we'll just do button type by. Oh my word! I've moved the keyboard. I've angled the keyboard and it has messed me up royally here. Pressed. Button pressed. And for now, pass. So, we now have this change window and by hero pressed. We know that the buttons, they're going to work to change the hero or it's like change the text and everything like that. We should be able to select, let's just save this, always save. So I can select this here as D, C, and B. And then in the adventures in, we'll just make sure that's roster. And higher is there, cool. So that's all there. So we essentially need to pass these along here. Now, I would like to set this up so it goes to this higher heroes. And we could do a function here instead that would take that information. So part of me is wondering if I just minus it by 2. Because we've got 2 values, and then for the enum, I think we have to do some cost checks there too for the D tier. So let's just do a quick cost check. I'm like, I'd like to maybe put that in the graph so I can edit it live, but maybe not. I'm always down to hear some input here too. Should I essentially build out an AWS DynamoDB table just to sort this live? I'd have to make another, and maybe have to make another DynamoDB. Well, not necessarily. just gets a little messy. Well, if anyone wants to see me kind of play around with DynamoDB, we can do that. But if everyone's going to be silent, then that's okay too. And we'll just kind of do it the easy way for now and see how that plays out. I'm just pulling up my sheet here. Because I know I want to throw in quests as a separate chart. I guess it could be a separate column for adventures in for people. All right, let's see if anyone said anything, made any comments. No. All right. For now, let's just hard code the cost. So. Cost equals 5,000. Let's do 2,500. Let's just do that for now. We can update that later. So now we have a cost value. And then I guess we need an unlocked value now too. So we'll just do that default as unlocked, as false. And we'll say D and C is always going to be purchasable. And then the other guys, we can do logic around that. So. That's changing the button theme. We don't need that. So let's just delete that. But we could use this disable state. And honestly, we could even, I know this will be mad lad, but we could literally just do disable. So essentially, if the player has enough gold, that's set to true, so we just flip that around. That's gonna, I don't know if that's the most readable. We don't need this. We don't need that. You might need that. Let's see here. Set button. Probably need a set get. Maybe. We'll leave that for now. Copy that over. We should do a gold update on ready. But these guys aren't checking to see if we can purchase them. So then I guess we'll just make a process for this button here. We won't need the value and change time here. Let's just copy and paste. All right, so you can only buy this now when we have the gold. Oh. So, how are we going to link these guys? How do we find our higher heroes or adventure in? So, I think what we do is we find this guy in the adventures in, and we link them. We connect the signals. Yeah, I don't think it's going to take that much. So let's just copy node path. Oof, that's long. Let's just on ready var higher button node. And let's do the same. Oops. And what button? On pressed, change window. So essentially we want to signal window change, and then we want to signal higher purchase hero. All right, so on the buy hero pressed, we can do the player dot spend gold Lacoste and emit signal higher our purchase hero. Do I have to do? Yes, it's a string. Still. And the button press. I kind of want to do -2. And you know what? I'll just put a comment in here. Takes the enum and starts d equals 0 to s equals 0, 1, sorry, DCBAS, which is 5, so that would be 4. It's probably not going to help, but you know, here we are. So that's the emit signal there, and the other one is emit signal. Window change. Window name. So we got window change, and let's go back into this guy. Dot window change. Dot connect. Oh, I should have saved. Do you see it now? No, all right, well, whatever. Connect. I thought for sure it would autofill that, unless I'm doing something real wrong. Well, looks like I'm doing the right thing. All right. Oh, hey, programmer 12340. I'm doing all right. We're just making a clicker-based game that will end up having some tactics involved as well. Essentially, think cookie clicker, where you then start to be able to hire heroes, and then you can send them out on quests, missions, and if we get a little too ambitious, a top-down 2D grid Final Fantasy Tactics-esque style, but with none of the complexities. Oh, hey, Inca Blood. Thank you. All right. So, we are generating menu here. So anyways, we were connecting. I got sidetracked. Oh man, it's going to be really easy to sidetrack me, I think. So, Adventures in, we were connecting the scenes. There we go, connect. There we are. Okay. You can't get me sidetracked. Not at all. But on button pressed. So, we now have the higher button, and then we can do that for the roster. All right, so we're both connected. That's going to accept a value. We'll call that window name. And then I don't know if I like using it this way, but we'll do this then. So window name. So it should be fine as long as we're passing along the values that we expect. And we're storing those values in the buttons. Well, we'll see how that goes. I don't have a window for roster, so we're not too worried about that, but we should now be clicking through. The only thing is the hire heroes. Let's fix this. So, the adventures in... We could definitely reuse those buttons because we'll have to connect, but because we're going to have a lot more buttons, we're going to just do that in a for loop. So, because I really like putting all my node calls in the onReady button, container node. Let's copy this guy, right click and copy node path. Oops, and I forgot to do my $sign. And let's make a new function called connect button signals. And for buttons, or button, in button node container get children. So what's essentially happening here is I'm getting all the children of that button container node, and I'm parsing through it. So then that way I can just do button dot, if I remember the signal name, purchase hero. Purchase hero dot connect, and we will connect. Let's call this instead purchased hero with the hero value, which would be the 0 through 0 through 4. We'll put in a lot more logic. This guy's gonna probably do some heavy lifting when we're generating random heroes and assign values so that an S tier hero is going to be more valuable, better stats, things like that. But process, don't need anything in process. Why did I click that? All right, hero connect and then purchased hero. So now we're connecting these all, and now if we get one of these guys, we'll take that int. We don't care about that right now. We're just seeing if it works. Let's click play, see what happens. All right. All right, and we can see that the value of the gold coins here, it might be hard to see here, but the value of the gold coins is increasing. Even when we're not playing, which is great. That's how we want it. Let's go into adventures in. Oh, this is promising. We actually have these buttons. Click hire. Oh, right on. Now, why are the hire heroes? I'm wondering if we're generating a new hire hero. Because I'm trying to make use of my existing script so I don't have to build it a bunch, and it's a lot easier for me to manage. Why am I going and moving around? Let's just see in my nodes here. Hire heroes. Okay, so we don't... I think that's the guy. Well, now this is interesting. So why are we not seeing... Yeah, I've got no... That's very interesting. So, oh, you know why? Because no. We were making them. Did I not? Yeah, here's the hero generate menu. We don't generate, okay, I'm not building it out like I should be. Silly mistake. and hopefully that fixes it. Yeah. You have to actually instantiate stuff. All right. Now this is the moment. This is the moment of truth here. No, we should be getting a pop-up. All right, let's go into this here. This should be triggering, but I suspect it's stopping here. So let's do this. Let's stop. All right, perfect. So we are still seeing the button press. And have I goofed with my elif statements? Because the button type should be 2. Button type dot d should be 2, greater than or equals to, and less than or equals to. Okay, that passes. Button type -2, which would be 0, which is good. I didn't even see if we spent gold. Did we spend gold? Oh, we did. Okay. I'm just gonna jump over that. All right, we purchase hero. I wonder if I'm sending out that signal wrong. Yeah, because we're not triggering it in higher heroes. All right, let's just quickly check. That matches up, and that matches with our signal sending. So I know that's good, so then it's probably the connection. Oh my word, again. You know, this teaches me to try to do programming in the morning. I gotta call the functions. If I don't call the functions, what am I expecting to happen? All right, because we did not save, our gold and all the buttons are still the same state, which is fine for us. We're gonna hit higher, and then we should have a break. Hey, there we go. So it worked exactly as we expected. We just had to call the function we made. Oh, it's real basic. All right, so Aphipus Teb. That is the hero that it generates. Oh, look at this. It's a thing of beauty. I'm thinking our names need to be better. It's like, okay, I don't think I could even argue that that's a real name. Oh, we're losing gold fast here too. I was hoping that, every once in a while you get like a really fun, amazing name. I might have to do a dictionary lookup of names. Evromia Pace. Oh, we're running out of gold. All right. Okay, my buttons here won't... Okay, so I haven't connected those up either. So these guys are usually programmatically added, but because I'm using the base menu. Are these guys not... So essentially what's happening is I need to programmatically add those two. I'm not going to be too worried about that. That's going to be pretty easy. But we're generating random names. Let's see here. It's been an hour. Wow. Wow. Well, first of all, I'm just going to, you won't see this, but I'm just going to add this to my GitHub repository, because you might as well. We've got a function that's now working, so why not? And stage all. Oh, I did not save from yesterday. Good call. Good call. Doing it now. Hire heroes. So let's just make our roster. I think we should have an all and then categories to sort them by. I'm trying to keep the UI as simple as possible, and I feel like this is going to be where it gets messy. So I think what we'll want to do is create their own little title cards. And that has some visual elements. So maybe let's do that, instead of you guys just watching me type stuff out. So let's make a new scene. We are just gonna open up one of our buttons here, because that's just our normal thing that works. Essentially, we're just using a control node 2D. And I'm gonna wanna indicate it in some way that's a little different. But anyways, control, and let's call this hero card. Actually, I think I want to call that hero card for when you open it up. So let's call it hero button. And what we're going to need in that hero button is we're going to need an H box. And we're going to need a V box. Oh, well, let's just do it in order here. Let's do a 2D node maybe. How am I gonna get these images? Yeah, 2D node. And then we're also gonna need a V box. And probably a couple H boxes, but let's just gonna start this here. And we also need a background. So a texture. Oh, and I guess this needs to be a button, eh? To click. It would make it easier. So then let's make this actually a button. A texture button. All right. We'll go into our assets here and see if there's anything that kind of speaks to us right now. I kind of wish that they had that texture just open there. This would match our theme, but I feel like this should be more of like a scroll or a list. Yeah, something like that. Is that going to be weird though when it gets shrunk? So this is like a 0.2. You know what? For now, I think we're going to stick to the button. Oh. Where was my other button? Okay. You know, when in doubt, let's just delete it and start again. Texture button. There you go. That's better. I think it was just some in the layout function there, but that makes it easier. So that's going to be kind of what we're going to work with here. We're going to take this node 2D, and it's going to take up a bit of space. Now, a node 2D doesn't act like a control. So what's going to happen here is we're going to lose some it's not going to know that we need that space. So because it's positioned based, what we'll do here is we'll also add a control which will just act as a spacer. We're just going to call this a spacer. And what I will do here is let's control the anchors here. So we know that this is the button, and this is going to be we'll work with it. It gets resized when we, if I go into the bottom buttons here, like this is huge, right? It gets resized. If you keep things, flowing. So in the the button, there we go. We can see here it's inherited position, the transformation, things like that. We do have a minimum size set. We'll play around with it, but let's get something started here. So we've got our button here. How many more times can I say that? We've got our spacer. So let's just do our layout and transform. We'll need these buttons here with the container sizing so we can expand. But what we'll do here first is let's set the anchors to match the essentially I do want to expand as much as we can horizontally, and then we can scale it, and then you can see our anchors where we can move these statically. That changes it straight into custom. But if we go into this anchors, oh sorry, that's for the button. There we go. Anchors. About there. We have that anchored up, and then we can just kind of clean up this transform here. All right, so now our HBox container, we want that to be anchors, and we want to fill. Now I'm like, why is it not? Interesting. We want our button to fill as well. We will keep the aspect because I don't like too squashed of things. And anchors and fill. This is always the trickiest part of Godot. Keep aspect. Am I centering the textures? I don't think so. I don't know why it changed the position that way. All right, and now I just need to change the size, but I'm a little confused on why it's not filling. I can feel my brain saying there's something you're doing wrong. I've now scaled it. Okay, how did I, okay. I guess I just set it manually. Oh. Hey, Hime, you came to say hi? Do you even know what you're doing? Hey, you can say hi. I know. Hey, Hime, say hi. Hey? You're just so soft. You're just so soft. And I'll exploit you for views. Yes, I will. I'll exploit you for views. Huh? All right. Do I need to see your butt? I don't think I do. No, that's my water. You have your own water. You done? There's nothing for you here. There we go. Okay, bye, Hime. Oh, she's found some crinkly paper. She might stick around after all. She loves crinkly paper. All right, where was I? I was busy making mistakes. That's what I was doing. So let us just change that for now. Let's increase this to match the button. I'm not going to be, I say I'm not going to be exact, and then I proceed to be exact. There you go, that's clipped. Perfect. All right, so that's the size of our button on what we're gonna play around with. Now, our HBox. Full container, cool. And then our spacer. So HBox is doing the horizontal fill. What we're gonna do here is we are going to expand vertically. Oh boy, my brain feels fried. And our V box. So see, we've got a small V box there. What we will want to do is fill this. What we do want to do is actually right to left. And then we can fill. So now we have almost the entire box except for what's taken up by this spacer. If I were to fill with this spacer, I'm now at half. So I don't know if you can see that with it being orange. Now I have half. Essentially what I want to do is I really only want a nice round square. So what I can do is I can tell this guy my custom minimum size. Let's say that's 133. So that's my minimum size, and then I will remove that. Cool. So now I can have a nice little window for my Node 2D guy to live. I could even maybe put a little image in there too. That might work. That might work. And then I actually put in a little bit of a buffer zone here. Custom. I don't know, it's gonna look wonky, but we can have it as a placeholder for now. Keyboard woes. Let's make a little stickman placeholder. I'm just gonna open up Paint here for a real sec. Let's see here. Oh. I've accidentally opened up the new version of Paint. I'm wowed by all of its majesty. Oh man, this guy's gonna have wide hips. Or he's squatting, I'm not too sure. You'll see him shortly. Can I rotate? I can't rotate. Okay. No, don't. It was perfect. MS Paint, why would you do this to me? Oh, that's not as good of a nose, but oh well. And then just a pencil. He's a thing of beauty. Oh no. It's too thin. He has no soul. Okay, we got the Rick and Morty eyeballs now. All right, let's save this. I suddenly realized in Paint, I don't know if I can even. Can white just be? Yeah, I don't have those options. All right, so it's gonna be a white background. I get you. I get you. That's fine. All right, documents. Godot. Tavern. Assets. Sprites. Alright. Placeholder. I plan on doing more just classic you know, sprite based stuff. And I'm sure it will be better than this guy with the ultra wide hips. Alright, so that's imported. This is gonna make me sad. In the Node 2D, let's add a sprite. I'm not too sure if I'm going to break it up into a bunch of different sprites. Oh yeah. Oh baby. Look at this guy. He's a thing of beauty. I drew him way too big. Way too big. Look at those hips. Those hips don't lie. All right, well, we've got our Node 2D and the Sprite 2D, so theoretically he could be animated. In fact, can I do this easily? Probably not. Let's... Oh, geez. Oh, I did have PN... Oh, okay. Is there a magic wand? There is no magic wand. I'm not going to redraw him. He's perfect the way he is. Oh no. There we go. And oh, we're gonna have artifacting here, baby. But sometimes you just gotta do this so you can and let's save as. Alright. Let's change this type. Animated 2D sprite. Oh baby, we're going all the way. Alright. New sprite frames. We'll just call it default frame 1, frame 2. And then look at this little wave. Look at this little dorky wave. Let's slow that down. Or I've sped it up. That's 25 frames per second. Let's just keep going. How fast can we go? 120. All right. Speed scale 0.2. And let's drop this back down to 5. There we go. So we know he's animated. It's beautiful. It's exactly what you would expect to see in a top tier mobile game. You got your little sprite guy waving at you. All right. Next up, we need some content. What is this guy all about? So, I think we're going to need a script for this hero button too. Oh yeah, I haven't even saved this here. I could lose it all. So let's save this scene. We'll call it in the UI. And just to keep things in the same naming convention. All right, and then let's add a script. Oh, I am very pleased with my little man. All right. Hero button. Cool, we have that. We can link this node to the hero button. I'm sure we'll want to press it, but eventually we'll need to pull in info. So let's do, we will need a set. And just send along a hero data set, I guess. So we're going to end up doing like a dictionary. I might as well just claim it's a void. That way future us doesn't try to start pulling stuff from a set function. And we're going to have some names. First name, last name. We're gonna need some kind of stats. We need like a nice little stat block. We haven't even decided what our stats are gonna be. So we gotta have strength. We gotta have dex. We gotta have speed. Gotta have magic. So int, I guess. If we are doing a tactics game, I guess we need speed. So how it determines this turn order. Don't want to get too much more. I guess we also need the sprite. And we'll just do pass for now. All right. Oh. Well, that's on me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Godot. All right. So, we got the idea of kind of what we want to pass through. Oh, gosh. He looks so sad. I know, little buddy, you're there. It pleases me to no end. I don't even know if it can... I hope this is being captured. I think it can be seen. All right. We'll just zoom in because we got to see our little guy. We've worked so hard on him. He's so sad. He's so sad. All right. So first name, last name. So let's do HBox. Because we want to keep those two separated, I think, for now. HBox container, I'm just going to do name. And then we're going to need two labels. Let's just do the first one here. Let's do Genshin, and then the last name is Impact, because we can only aspire to be able to sell out, even though company records show that they're not great. So let's call that first name, and let's call that one last name. And we've got some fonts to throw in, and we need some centering. Oh, we need a lot of love here. So, because they're both labels, I can select them both. And let's do some quick loads. What's the inside button look like? Oh, that's too small. Because remember, this is also going to be shrunk down too, so... We need quick load. We want not title fonts, button fonts. All right, it's the same thing. And font size. Okay, we're going in the wrong direction, and now it's out of existence. I almost kind of like that type of maybe 30. So this V box, it's you can see it's the edges, right? Like it's all along the edges. So what we might do for this, we don't need the vertical expand, but we can shrink it into the center. We could also shrink to the center for the vertical, though I don't think that'll do much unless we were to expand it. Yeah, let's just do that for now as we're building this out. So we've got that. Next up, I think we want to do is a grid. And I'm trying to think. what would be easiest, and I think a little bit of hard work at the start will make this easy. So let's make a grid for our values. Or, yeah, grid container is what I should be saying. And in that grid container, we want 2 rows. And each of those rows will have an H box. And each of those H boxes will have a label. And specifically 2 labels. We will name them let's do strength, and then this one will be the actual value. We'll keep that vague so that way we can easily comb through and grab that. So strength and value will have placeholder of 0. And because I'm left to right, right? There, that makes it easy. And we want the... I should just have done a text override here. Well, this guy's going to be the same, so let's just do this theme override. Do I have a... I have a button theme. Let's make a new theme. And let's grab labels. Import. No, I imported them. We're good. Sure. Let's see how it feels. I don't think I will, but let's just see how it feels. Line spacing, outline size, that's cool. Font. We're doing inside button font. Text size. It's kind of actually good. What's about 20? You know what? Let's do 20. And see, I'm doing this theme onto the actual grid container. So with that side of things, let's call this HBox container stat block, or just stat. And there we go. Dex. Oh, this is kind of doing my head in here. Int and int. And this guy will be, I guess, speed. And let's move this to left to right, because that was just not for me. All right, so we've got the grid container, we've got 2 columns. We could definitely use a bit more spacing. So let's separate these guys out a bit. I'm liking this 12 to 18. Let's give it a little more, just because if we do have values like this, let's say this is double digits. Okay, no, it keeps it. Cool. All right. And then we want to center this. Do I have to get a center node? I think I should. Let's see what it looks like. So there is a node that centers the center container. And what if I throw it in just as it is? Okay, no, that's good. Nice and easy. So I still want a bit of a buffer on this text. So what I'll do here is I'm just going to do a center node, control node, and we're just going to give it just a little bit of values here. Let's just give it a 5 pixels. And then this guy does not have to take up and expand. Just call it spacers. And that way we can duplicate it. Stop that. Thank you. All right, so we got our little guy. He's waving. We got some stats. You know what? I don't even like seeing the name, so we're going to change it to Wavy. And this way, nobody can get angry at me. Wavy man. Man Wavy. All right, because we're still doing the left to right because of the VBox container. So just a reminder, when you're doing inherited layouts, things like that will happen. Wavy man. All right. He is very poor off. He does not have any stats to speak of. So we've got a bit of a button now with values and everything like that. Let's see if it's actually can be readable. And I'm wondering, because, oh, that needs to be a bit more lower. I'm like, I could do it manually, or can we use another center container? No, let's do it manually. Okay. That's okay. And I'm wondering, can we maybe put a little bit of a border around that white? Because that white's almost a little hard on the eyes. Oh. Just a quick alarm. I'm going to be getting up very shortly here, just one moment, and we will do colors, outline. That's a bit better. And let's increase the size. That's looking a bit better. And we'll just reduce the spacer just a bit. All right, let's save it. I'm just going to be right back. One moment. All right, did you miss me? All right, we got Wavy Man. I'm like, are these other buttons any different? I guess we'd pop up a little window to show them. So we would be adding a separate window. So let's do that. Oh, another custom window. But we expected that. We can't just get away with programmatically doing everything with just one window, but we are using instantiated scenes, so we're doing a lot less work. So let's not do that. Let's go into our scenes, and we are going to take it's menus, aren't I? Menus, there you go. We're going to take our base menu template, new inherited scene, we're going to kill the script. We're going to use this though, base menu, but we'll kill the script. We'll add our own new script. Let's change this to roster. All right, we got our roster. And let's make a script. All right, we got our special roster button here. We've got we're going to extend base menu. And sorry, I'm just going to double check my hire heroes. Okay, I'm extending base menu there too. Perfect. So that's working there. And now we've got some stuff to do. So we do have this thing called button containers that we should have probably utilized here. We could have just probably called it, base menu here. Because we're using the class name, so this is actually being instantiated here. And as you can see here in the process, we're going through and seeing if they have enough gold. which makes it that I don't have to worry about the gold in the buttons itself. That's why that makes sense. So as you can see, when I add it, it still exists. So I should have done that, and I'll comment this out for now. It also means when I'm hiring heroes here, the hero button. No, sorry. And this guy here, I think I had a process. I don't need to do that twice. So, anyways, roster. We figured out some stuff. We've got the button containers. We need to generate heroes. So, where are we going to store our heroes? Well, we need to store in the global side of things. I have a global building data, but what I think I want to do too is I just want to throw in player. So essentially this is a resource for the player. So we will call player heroes. And you know what? Let's make a new region, because these region is kind of cool. Region heroes. And then we can end region. Oops. And I know I'm getting greedy when I say I want to have like sub-regions and regions and things like that too. But anyways. So, essentially we want player heroes. And that's going to be a dictionary. Default hero base or hero stat block. Even if I don't use it, I find this to be very helpful when I'm coding and adding things. So we've got first name, we got last name. Now you'll notice too that I'm doing the values. I cannot, unfortunately, in a dictionary for Godot, just do like strength, because it's not going to know what that means unless they've changed it in Godot 4. Okay, there we go. Oh. See, the identifier str is not declared. So it doesn't know to do the dynamic pairing like you might see in other languages. So I will always either have to do this or assign an enum to it, like I did with the buildings. And I'm just thinking here, player.hero.strength, player.hero. Whatever, or do I just do strength dex? Well, like I said last time, let's just focus on getting stuff done, and then we can maybe refine it later. Though we always know that, you know, you're barely going to sometimes. Take on that technical debt. Never let go. Never surrender. Oh, and then I need a sprite. Am I saving sprites? That doesn't make sense. I should be like sprite head. Sprite. Oops. Sprite body. This is actually probably going to be numbers. sprite hands, sprite feet, sprite. I don't even know if we're going to use all these. Sprite face. And sprite, I guess sprite hat. And sprite weapon. And we might add something like color or something like that too, but I think that's good for now. So that would give us all the information that we can kind of think of to generate our hero. I'm gonna have to check my YouTube stream because it feels like it's kind of being crushed by the Godot. You know, all this stuff that I'm running here. I don't have a video card. I'm using onboard video on my framework, so, you know, c'est la vie. How am I going to define each hero? Do I assign it a UUID? So we're generating random heroes. We could definitely get... Oh, we also need rank. That makes it easier too. And not have to define it. So let's do... hero rank. Let's call that D for the default. I could just count them. But then how am I looking them up? I could base them off of the ranks. So under D would have all your heroes there. I don't want to do an array. I don't think. But I could do an array of Ds. B's, C's, A's, S's. Because if I keep doing a counting system, I need to generate the count, but I could do that by doing size and adding +1. If I delete it though, I would have to change all the values of the dictionary. I feel like I should have some sort of visual cue to write this out as I just attack my eyeballs. But shouldn't be too intensive, but it's still intensive enough. Players will want to delete their hero. Or sell him or whatever. Not that you would sell a hero, you just dismiss him. So, I can't guarantee names will be unique. Nothing about the character will be unique. So I should either store the heroes in an array of dictionaries so that you can easily process them, and then you just delete them. You pop them out, or whatever the case may be. Am I doing an array? Feels wrong. But I think we'll do an array as I just smack around my mic a bunch. Because I could literally pop these guys out and move them around too. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So, function add hero. New hero stat block. It will be a void. This will be a dictionary. What we will do first is new hero to add, which will equal default hero stat block dot duplicate. If I could only spell duplicate, eh? That way we have all this default information, and then for key in new hero stat block dot keys. Essentially, we're going through each and every key. Hero to add dot key equals new hero stat block key. So we're gonna write over anything that is there. Theoretically, we might even remove this duplicate if we can guarantee everything's going through, but this way we can confirm that. And then we are doing, can't believe we're doing this, append through an array of this hero. It feels like we're missing something here. I do want to filter by like the rank. Well, let's do this function get hero. Get hero list. Oh, but I won't be able to find the position of them all that easily. All right, we're going back to dictionary. Makes me feel better. So, and then we're gonna just assign them a number, the number that they got. So, var hero ID new hero ID. will equal 1. Because all the arrays start with 0. So we'll start with 0. And then what we will do is function apply new hero ID, and it will take 0 values, but it will output an int. And what we will do is we will do var hero ID equals new hero ID. We're going to add 1, and we're going to return that hero ID. And the idea here is that we never call it otherwise. So, apply new hero ID, and that will equal hero to add. So we'll go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. We are going to keep that number, and we're going to have to save that number. So essentially that's a count. So this means we're also going to edit the save. I need to find a way to better optimize this, but nah. Project settings. Can you see project settings? Okay, you won't see project settings, but I'm essentially upping the version number. So 0.4. So save manager, save data. Here we go. File dot store var new hero ID file dot store. Yeah, let's JSONify it. Line, it is essentially that. Just copy that. And player heroes. For our load, we will need these two guys. Get var and get line. New hero ID equals that. And JSON dot parse string player heroes. It will equal that. So what I'm doing here is I'm just making it so that I can and let's just space that out so that's clear. I don't have to lose everything every time I load it, and the next time it saves, it will pull from it. So those are the two values we want to store for now. And then we'll probably want to do a filter. Get hero list. And we will call this rank to poll, but we will set this to null. So that means that if we just get hero list, we will get all of them. And that will be I guess an array. We are moving things over to an array. Return query. Well, var, let's just remove the, there you go. So var hero list to return equals an empty array and hero list to return. So if rank to poll equals null, you know what? D C B A and S. So we're not going to necessarily confirm that they have to do an array, but if get type, is it, no, type of rank to poll equals a string, then rank to poll equals that rank to poll. We're going to put it into an array. And then essentially we will just iterate for rank in rank to poll. Oh, this is beautiful. Love it when a plan is just formulated as we think of it. Rank to poll. And then we just sift through it every time. Oh, jeez. No, we should sift through the list. And then that will be used in our sifting of our list. So, for hero in player heroes dot keys, hero ID. For rank, if hero if player heroes hero ID and hero rank equals rank, hero list to return. don't think I'll need that value for the hero ID in the dictionary. But it might be a value. We're going to apply it because I think that's going to be very helpful and save us a lot of lookups. Let's separate that. Because this means that I can quickly reference to the other guys. All right. Equals player heroes, hero ID, and then we can break because we don't need to go through the rest of the ranks because we already triggered it. Oh, we don't need to loop it. Bloop. All right. I could have shift tabbed there. If player heroes, hero ID, hero rank. Rank to poll. Dot has. Oh, don't do that to me. And we don't need to break. There. So essentially, if it's in the array, then cool. We'll add it. If it's not in the array, goodbye. We're ignoring you. And then I'm just returning the hero list to return. So I can have filter options in the future, and we're all good that way. I'm also saving this and the player heroes. I'm saving the hero ID so I can refer to it later. So it's time to start generating more heroes. Do I want this a separate global value, or do I want to stick it to the heroes? I think I want a separate value. We're making a new global. It's big, boys. Generate. I know I've got the name generator as a class. I guess I want this as a class. I don't want this as a global. Sorry. I know it's a whirlwind of emotions here today. Hero generator. Oh my word. My home row game is weak. Hero generator. Class name. Anything really other than that? Nope. So we will. I'm losing steam here. I'm losing steam. It's been 2 hours of programming here. We might need to take a break and play a game or something. Well, we know the values we need to generate. We know we can get a name. We need to be able to call the function. So let's do function get new hero. And rank. That's really all we need to know. And actually, this should be returning a dictionary. So if our new hero. Only I could press the shift button. New hero. Dictionary. So we've got the name generator. That's just going to generate one name for us. So let's just start it off. I do feel like we need to be able to define these heroes. There should be something that's defining a hero. I should be making an object. I assume I could do that with Godot. Let's just do it quick. Those are nodes. Did their music just stop? It did. Getting much into the C++ here. All right, well, we'll keep this in mind. We won't spend too much time on that. We are essentially making our own object with this class. Instead of a dictionary of stats for the player, we could just do an object, and then you would call like hero.dex, hero.strength. Or .get strength, get int. But I've got a lot. Would it be not just better to build those when in game? It might be better, because I'm trying to make this as a mobile friendly game, and just having a large dictionary versus hundreds and hundreds of objects loaded is going to be a killer. All right, we'll do it for that reason alone, I think. Equals. All right, so we got the names there. Let's just copy over the player. This guy. All right. So we're gonna get stat block based off rank, and we're passing rank. Oh, let's just do an array. Talk so much about arrays, we might as well pass one along. All right. And so what we will do is define some ranges. So we know the ranges for these ranks here. So let's do match rank. So if it matches D, We want, let's say, our max stat var min stat, and then var total stat. So essentially, for D, max stat 3, min stat, we'll say it was 1 is the minimum, and then total stat. We've got 4 stats in general: strength, dex, int, and speed. So the most 3, so 3, 6, 9, 12. So the most let's say the most we can get is 9. That should make it interesting. And then just try to do some placeholders here. We will definitely be coming back to this later. I know, as soon as I found out we can do matches now, oh, we're all over it. So, min stat. Let's do 5 with 2. And total stats. So that's 20. So I'm just going to pull out my calculator, because we want it to always be progressively getting better on all things, I think. Because that feels good when you're playing. So should be 16, I think. 16 B. Let's do 8. I feel like this is gonna really make the D's and C's really not be worth your time. But so 8 times 4, that's 32. Let's say total stat count. $28. So you might be noticing how I'm counting it. This is plus 2, this is plus 3. So this max stat will be 12. And this one will be 8. So this is 48. $42. Maybe that's wrong. So that's 0.875. Oh, why did I do 42? That's exactly the same. Maybe I should say this. Total stat max. Oh, the 48. Sorry. No, my word. Get sleep. Always get sleep. Jeez. So let's just do 42 divided by 48. 0.875. It's still the same. So we're inching up to 45. And then this guy, the max stats, they're S tiers. It's got to be 20. We got to have 20. Min stats. What's the minimum you could get? 12. Well, let's see. 1, 2, 4, 14. Sure. And the total stat max. You know what? If you pull enough, I think you're allowed to get the whole 80. Just makes that person not feel very specialized, eh? We'll play around with these numbers later. All right, so we got the values. We know what we want for max stats. You know what? Let's randomize. I know we randomize elsewhere too, but it does not hurt too much to randomize. So we have the ranks. We have our values. It is time for us to draw. So I'm gonna roll. Let's just start var for I in range 4. Well, just 4. Var value equals random I range from min stat to max stat. Now that said, that max stat may change. Let's do var stat amount of stats. We'll say 4. So we should always be keeping in mind the pool from which we can pull from. And we should never be able to roll more. So we may need to do some tracking ones. So total pool, total acceptable pool, which would equal our total stat max. And then we're going to shave off of it. So we've always made sure that one could do a top max. So we always kind of want to allow that to happen. But that's only if there's enough space. So we're going to loop it 4 times. The first time, we're going to get our value. We're going to total acceptable pool Honestly, I could probably just do the total stat max too, but total acceptable pool minus the value. So now, let's say I rolled my 3. Now there's only 6 left. I could roll another 3, but it has to be fine. With how many is left over. So turns, I'm just gonna type out here. So turns left equals amount of stats minus I. I plus 1. So it starts at 0, unless I do in range 1, amount of stats plus 1. So it goes up by 1, starts at 1. On our first turn, we have a full pool. It might even just keep it at 0 here, but we'll see. At the full pool, we have a full pull. But it's got to fit for 4. So essentially I'm doing min stat times the I value, the subtracting I. Okay, so that's interesting. So if I start with 4, upper value equals the max stat if total acceptable pool minus I times min stat is greater than or equals to max stat, else total acceptable pool minus the multiplier of the min stat. Now, if that's not messy to read, I don't know what is. And I think that works. We maybe even throw in values so that you get a warrior or whatever if you want to try to do that too. We'll also have to have some sort of identifier if we want to do classes. Ooh. Classes are fun. Let's add classes. We gotta add a class. Stat block. This is how project scope happens here. Dot append value. All right, and then returns the stat block. So now we're getting the stat blocks based off of rank. And yeah, I guess we'll just... This is where the enum would have worked better here, but... Dot pop front. Stop! There we go. Dex and speed. I might just do an array. Var sprite keys. Sprite head, sprite body. Oops. Really? All right. And for now, because we don't really have anything, let's just do a for loop. For sprite key and sprite keys. New hero. Sprite key equals random 0 to 10. And hero rank, we need to add that too. We don't have to add this in order, by the way. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. It's just going to be easier for me to read later. New hero. Equals rank. So we're generating first name and last name for this guy. We're generating a bunch of values for our sprite keys. We still need to make a sprite sheet, something we'll do a little later. And we add our strength, dex, and int and speed. The hero ID is for someone else to do. That's for when they accept it. They apply that. Now what's going on here? Expected after. expected or equals after dictionary key. Gotcha. That should make that happy. Alright, so we got a class. That will load up, and we can then use the hero generator dot get new hero. That will get us a bunch of values. So, when we purchase a hero, we can then pass along and generate a hero image window. As of right now, it's pretty basic. So let's do a bit of visual. And you know what? I kind of want to have this as an instantiated window because we want to see this window again. So another window. Oh, what a day. I do actually like making these UIs. So we got control UID there. We got control. We will need a texture. And then let's throw in there's one with a little, yeah. Let's throw that. You could have it underneath the higher heroes. So I could put it just underneath that guy. Anyways, let's just kind of keep working our way at it here. So control, we have that sized. Texture rec, we want to fit height proportionally. And we want to fill. That's not too bad. All right, so that will fill. And we will want information and we want buttons. And to pass that information all along, we will want another script. We will want to have an X button to close that window. We'll want to accept and decline. So the exit button we'll want on the top right. And you know what? It doesn't need to have anybody there. So then we will start with our favorites, the VBox container, and we will start having you fill. And then we will do custom because I do actually want just a little bit of a margin. Actually, you don't need a margin because our X is going to be there. Actually, about 0.025. Let's do 0.02. 0.015. There we go. Right would be 0.95 then, and bottom point 0.9985 and 0.8. Okay, that's okay. All right, so we got a nice little margin there, and our first guy will be a button. And it'll be a texture button. I'm thinking I'm just going to use button. Just do a button, and then I just need the one icon. And we will want the position right to left. Alright, and then we will want it scalable. by 15 and expand. Far too small. That should be good. All right, next up. Congratulations or anything? No. Let's do labels or HBox. So let's call this close button. Which might not even be used. By high visible, is it still going to take up space? I don't think so. We'll keep it there. We'll keep it there. It's not too big of a bump. So we'll get two labels going on here. You're going to be very familiar with this. We should have saved that hero button. No. All right, label. First name. Last name. Let's just, he's gonna be our he's gonna be our guy. Oops. Our default player, Wavy Man. All right. Let's get the text here. Fonts. Quick load. You know what? This might be title font time. And font size. Maybe 60. And then outline. Wavy Man. Let's put a bit of a spacer in there. So theoretically, I could push them out far to the sides if I wanted. No, I don't need a spacer because they're going to be the same. I can use a constant. So let's do that. So first name and last name. We will have you guys fight for space. And with that, we will do layout, container sizing, and expand. You guys are fighting for space. Now we could center you guys. But it's possibly going to look weird with it spaced out like that. So what we can do is we will actually turn you to horizontal alignment to the right, and you will be horizontal alignment to the left. And then we will put a little bit of a force spacing in the theme overrides. And that way we don't have to worry about spaces or entering spaces. And it will be kind of justified, just a bit. Not truly justified, but to the center, but I think that's okay. Or I could put a, you know what, I should just put a center node, a container. Yeah. So still forces a space in it, still pushes it together. I'm not filling up the space, and then I'm centering it. So I think that's good. So container name. We got the name. Next up, Mr. Sprite Boy. So texture. Sorry, every time I see a man. Let's grab this. And paste. Alright, now that's not going to be very visible, and we kind of want more of a square. think that might be the one to go with. Either 10-1. Yeah, 10-1 is the one to go with. And fit height, that's good. We don't, let's put this up here. Let's remove that spacer. Ooh, that's, I might have to redraw that. I'm using a pack from Humble Bundle, but I don't think it was meant to be so big. Well, we'll see how it is when it gets resized. Okay, that might, I really drew this guy really too big. But he just makes me so happy. I can't express it enough. I'm assuming a Sprite 2D doesn't have any space within the V-box to take up. No, it doesn't. Okay. Be better if I move this guy. So, what is this? You know what, for now, I guess we'll just say that's okay. Sprite, speed scale. Alright, Wavy Man, and then we will need, okay, let's actually, hero window. Why aren't you waving, little wavy man? That's literally your only job. There we go. Alright, perfect. Because you can't have wavy man without waving. It's just an abomination. Alright. He's a little bit of a chiropractic realignment over there too. Alright, we've got the texture. Sure. So we next need is a label. And that will be called stat blocks. Alright, and fonts. Quick load title fonts. Font size, let's say 40. And you know what? Let's just try doing the black font color. And we will center. And we might force some spacing between these because it's starting to look a little ugly. So let's copy that. And paste. No, that did not copy. Copy. Paste. There you go. I think we could definitely increase the size of that. Oh, let's save this. Make unique. And save as stat block hero window theme. That way we won't affect this guy. And let's do 45. Let's do 25. Cool. Let's increase some spacing here. Cool. And stat blocks. Do I have an underline option? Looks like we're doing change type. I don't even know what I'm doing here at this point. We won't enable selection. That's fine. Is it? I gotta, man, I'm rough on the BBC. I haven't done that in a little while here. BB. What was that? No word wrap. Oh, was it because I did a capital U? Oh boy. All right. Off on auto wrap. Do I have center or do I need to do that?
Literally thought in my mind, like, I could literally stay here forever. And that was probably like the best moment.
Is it center then? Hey, there we go. And just because we're good housekeeping here, we'll close that off. All right, and now we just need 2 buttons down below. So, another H box. Buttons. Dismiss. And I guess accept. So essentially, if I'm doing the dismiss and accept, I'm going to ignore this. But I could add him. So, anyways, let's... I think I've got like a red button or something. Do I not? Huh. I don't. Oh, I've got that. All right, dismiss. Center, clip text. This is looking pretty ugly right now, eh? Well, let's call it dismiss hero because we've got the space, and let's call because it's not resizing. Gotcha. And hire hero. And layout. So I'll probably have to change the scale of these guys. They're almost half, eh? Uh, no. I was hoping for anything to automatically kind of do it, but let's do... Seeing that they're just shy point. Can I not? I was hoping this would be a little easier. I might have to make a new buttons. All right, we'll make some new buttons. We'll have to do some photoshopping here in a bit, but then let's not modulate. So, make the button flat, and that's okay. Alignment, we're not trimming anything. You could literally add another line or two, which I don't like. We can expand icon, that's what I'm looking for. All right. And now we can do the fill size. Layout. Transform. Container sizing is what I wanted. Expand. Can I not expand vertically? Oh. There you go. And these buttons are awful looking. And I recognize that in what I'm doing right now. That is going on our to-do list. Fonts. Font sizes. Oops. Let's do an outline. Oh, it really hurts me that that's green. I don't have a red icon. Well, you know what? I'll leave it for now. It'll be a good reminder. That's all. That's all there. So we could pass this information along. On hire hero, like we need a script. So on hire, we need to do stuff. On dismiss, we're just closing the window. Honestly, just free queue, whatever. Do we now have a free queue now? There we go. Alright, we're not even animating, we're just saying goodbye. Well, we should have a... We should have a... Are you sure? To do... Wait, what? Does Godot have a to-do function? Because if so, I'm going to use this so much. There's something that... Okay, make
they're out there, don't you?
confirmation window. All right, I'm gonna have a look at that later, because if so, this is big. All right, so we're just gonna queue this window. The same thing with the close this button. We're gonna do that same, though it will be different. I guess we're going to do player dot delete. I'm just delete or dismiss hero. Hero and then var hero displayed. Hero ID. Oh, if just in case, if hero display dot has, I'll just make sure to dot has hero ID. And then essentially if hero displayed has hero ID, then essentially we are finding the higher button and we are hiding it because you don't need to see it. All right, so that's good. We need to on higher pressed. No. Player dot hero add hero. Hero displayed, I guess. I'm passing along a lot of information. And then I guess I'm just closing this window. Yeah. So the only thing else is to set hero stats, and then we hero displayed equals hero stats. And we could do that before or after. I guess just function update heroes. Oh. Hello everyone from the LTL King. Update heroes. And then we're just, we're just calling it self, so we don't need to do anything. So we're just gonna basically grab all of our information, and let's just start doing that on the onReady. onReady var first name node. Oh, we're doing a bit of a grind right now here. We're almost done, and we can hopefully see stuff kind of coming through here. So first name, last name. And then, oops, we also need to grab all these values. We might as well just do it manually, but I'm sure we could have done a for loop. But I'm just trying to get this power through it. And int and speed. All right, so strength. I need to remember this. It's Control Shift C, I think. Yep, Control Shift C. All right, and Control Shift C. Let's see if it works. Yes, it does. We have acquired a new keyboard hotkey. All right, so we've got the nodes for the strength nodes. We've got the dismiss higher. We're not adding any values there. We will eventually need to adjust our wavy man. If you haven't seen our wavy man, this is our wavy man. The graphics will be better. It is terrible right now. But, on short order, this is a good placeholder for us. It shows us that we can animate it, that it can stay there, and we can generate things around it. So, goodbye wavy man for just a bit more. Any excuse I can see the wavy man for, I will take. So we got strength, dex, int, speed, and now we just need to process all this. So, update heroes. Well, let's just start. So we've got our hero displayed. So first name. first name node dot text equals first name. Oop. And you know what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I want to add a rank in here? You might actually need to put rank. You know what? Let's put it in the HBox container name. We'll just do another label. Let's just duplicate that. And let's call it rank. And what we will do is have this guy off on the right. Let's just do default D. And we could actually affect the color. And even animate it if we wanted. Now, the only thing is it's going to be centered with the D. Oh, unless I... Let's just have a look at how it looks if I take over the entire... Oh, and I'm expanded. Is that because I use center container? Yeah, it's because of the center container. Well, let's have a look if I take over the full size. Yeah, okay, so I could do it like that. We don't like that. I say we, I mean me. We can do that. No. Let's put it on stat block. Maybe even just under stat block. If anyone has any opinions on this, I am down to hear it. Otherwise, right now we are just going to call this rank D, and I am going to reduce the font size. Just can't seem to get that visual that I'm kind of hoping for. Kind of want to force that to the center and have the D in the offset. So would I put in a... You know what? Let's... No, that wouldn't work. Let's just do that for now. I'm sure there'll be questions on what does that D stand for, but we will have that and we will add that in. So on ready var stat block title node equals All right. All right, let's continue this, and we are going to add stat block title node dot text plus equals plus can I even have rank? Ooh, that's a good question. Yeah, hero rank. All right, so that'll get that, and let's do last name. Dex int and speed, and then theoretically we would pull all the values of the sprite, but we don't have that. We will do that later. We've got lots to do, but we've got the update heroes. We should call update heroes every time heroes is set or when it's ready. Should I do it when it's ready? No, because we're plus equaling. Nothing, everything is text, so it doesn't have to be instantiated, I don't think. So let's just do it every time we set heroes. We update. And I think that will pass. So we have the higher press, we have the dismiss, we have the close buttons. That's all looking good. Finally, we can go back to higher heroes here. So we've got the D tier, C tier, B tier. We can't see the other ones because they're not unlocked. Also, we haven't really scripted anything for that, but that's fine. On the D tier, we have the button type is D. It sets that to it. Oh, yes. We were going to fix this. Wait, why is the on press still on? We made our own buttons. We made our own buttons. Oh, because it's part of the original main button template. I really want it. It's making their own buttons. I want to not touch those. But I don't want to... I'm trying to keep it minimal so that if I make an edit, I can easily manage it. Because this game is all about having to manage and automate my processes as best as I can. But when I duplicate it, the on-pressed signal is stuck on there and I cannot remove it. So the only thing I could do is identify that this is not a thing that we do. If the type extends button. Okay, I'm just going to click play and I'm just going to see where the errors are coming up. For those who may have, may be joining and are not too sure what's going on with all that chat, the text box down there kind of kicking off, it's because we're pulling from AWS. I'm putting all my stuff in AWS. Okay, that was interesting. So I know these won't work. It's higher. Okay, that worked. Okay, so that's kind of working how we expect. Why was it showing otherwise? Oh, I just can disconnect that. Yeah, I've called in a new function. That's why. Okay. For whatever reason, it was linking to the scene, the instantiated scenes script versus the script that it's connected to. So that's okay. All right, so we've got our rosters and everything like that. We no longer need this hero draw. What we will be doing is pulling up a scene and adding it to it. So let's on ready var hero window scene preload. Oops. Hero. Oh, it's working. Okay, perfect. Hero window. Perfect. TSC. And all right, so we've got our window scene. We're going to purchase, spend the gold, and purchase the hero. Oh, I might have jumped the gun here. Let's grab this. Because really, we're emitting the signal to purchase hero, and then the higher heroes can handle this. So, we've got this guy here. We don't really want this. We're just going to comment it out because I'm always afraid of deleting anything, because why would I want to delete it when I can just comment it? It's bad practice, but here we are. Hero window scene. So var new window dot instantiate, and then essentially I'm just going to pass that class that we made earlier today. So hero window scene dot set, come on, hero windows. You're saved, right? Oh, but I'm not. Okay, yeah, you wouldn't have that on set hero. There it is. Set hero, and then we are going to use our hero generator class that we made, and we are going to do, is it like new hero? My brain is fried today. Oh boy. Name generator, hero generator, get new hero. Why was that not coming up? Yeah, it should be coming up. All right, get new hero, and then hero value, which is my rank. Which I'm passing as an int, and I'm accepting as a string, I think. So, sorry, my problem here is my hero value I'm passing off as a number, but it should actually be a letter. So, I guess I'm just going to do a rank value. I'm just gonna apply it to D for now because that's the default, and then I guess I'm just gonna do another match. Oh boy! Ever since we found out Godot does matches now, eh? Button type. Oops. And can I just copy paste from above? Oh yeah. Because once again, enums are numbers that I have set, at least for now. C, B. I appreciate the help there, Godot, but you gotta stop doing that when I'm changing text in that particular instance. All right, DCB, EA, and S, cool. And then we'll just pass the rank value. We're not doing an enum. We're just telling you straight up what type of rank it is. Eventually, we will probably want to make them all enum and have some sort of global enum to look at, to check against, to make life easier. But that should be good. So that's been done. And let's go back to higher heroes here. So we're getting the hero value and we're setting the hero. Now we need to make it. So we've got the scene and we need to instantiate it. And we kind of like the idea of having it overlaid on everything that's in this window. Now, I think that means our X is going to be a problem. But essentially we want it just above this field and we want to fill that space. So we would be kind of taken over right about here, in between here. So add child to 1. And we should be taking away from the, yeah. So what we're going to try doing is we're going to insert this child between these two nodes. So that's 0 and that's 1. So we will add child to 1, I think, and then it pushes everything down. And with that, we should overwrite this. We'll take over the margin container sizing of here, and we should hopefully have it fill up so that it looks like it's almost a new page, but it's not. So let's try it. Worst case scenario, it breaks and we all go home sad. So with that side of things, I don't have those scenes instantiated here, but that's not too bad. So we're gonna do get child. Oh, help me, Godot, help me here. Get child. And it's the, you know what, let's just find it. So it'll be sign board margin container. And then we're going to add child to that. Being very careful because I'm just thinking out loud here. Add child. We're going to add the hero Windows scene. And I think there's other values. Force rename internal. No. Okay. We're adding that. And now we're going to move child. Move child. to take that node hero window scene. And we're going to put it to 1. So, I'm just going to talk out loud here. So we've got the purchased hero. We're generating the hero values. We're passing them along. We're updating a new window. We're instantiating it where the other window menu is. And then if we accept, we should be saving it into our roster. And if we don't, then he's just gone forever. He will always be Wavy Man, the sprite, but the name should change. The values for the stats should change. But the stats should always equal up to 9 or less. All right. This is where it just breaks on continue. We won't even be able to test it, but it's exciting. All right. We've added a lot of new features here. Let's do it. Adventures in. Ah, come on. It did. Broke almost where I thought. Okay, so get new hero on class hero generator directly. Make an instance instead. Oh, because it's not a static. Crumb. I should be able to. I'm not generating a hero UID value. This should be static. I can make these static. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. Not a problem, Godot. Unless you think otherwise. This can be a constant. We don't care. Yeah, that's right. Let's just for nomenclature wise. There. Everyone's happy. I'm like, please. Yeah. All right. We got past the first hurdle. All right. Something went wrong. Rank hero. Oh, because I'm probably requiring it. Yeah, I'm still requiring it. That's silly me. So, by hero pressed should be a string. I really shouldn't start hardening some of my programs until after I figure out exactly what I want to do, and then I can start going back and a good time to review. But okay, that was interesting. All right. No. Okay, it's taking money out. It's taking money out, but I don't think it's getting the purchase hero button. Okay, that's fine. We can fix this. So, we pressed that on pressed. We got to this. We're passing along a D value. We spent the gold. We passed along the D value to purchase hero. And I bet you I'm still also inquiring that you give us int. So then that should be in higher heroes. I have a purchased hero. Purchased hero connected to purchased hero, and here's an int. Alright. If you want to watch a grown man get super excited only to be dejected again because of his own choices, Oh boy, you're on the right stream. But we're getting close. All right, Adventures in. I need to fix that. And that's probably... Oh, because I'm doing the remove. I should just be hiding. Okay. D tier. Okay. Yes, that's connected. I've clicked forwards. Oh, did we break? Oh no, we broke. Set hero unpack scene. See a set hero? That should be a dictionary, so let's just do that. So the new window does exist. Oh, because I'm a ridiculous person. I'm absolutely ridiculous. Of course. I can't just do it. Oh my word. Let's do it again. We'll keep doing it until we work. It works. Alright. So we do have value going up. We still have these things working away. Or let's just add a few more. And we've got Pour Drink is giving us a stupid amount of money. Alright. Guild Hall. Adventurers in. Hire. So help me. What now? What now? Can't set index with value type string. Did I capture the wrong first name? So it needs to be instantiated. Alright. That's fine. Oh, I don't... Update heroes. That just looks better to me. Alright. We thought that might be a problem. So that's okay. We just forgot that was a problem that we were expecting. Because you can't, because the nodes don't exist and we're navigating to the nodes. So that's fine. Alright. But my poor little heart can't take it too much more. If we get another error, I'm just going to fix this little flippy thing. Oh, I'm not thinking. I should have got more sleep today. I will say this. Godot, if I'm sending something to a label to text, just like how print changes things to text, essentially, I think we could turn this into a string for the end user. I think if you're trying to plus equals a number, maybe you put out an error, but if you're just trying to equals a number, you could do them a favor and just change it to a string. But I get it. It might be a little tricky, and who knows, rich text labels, maybe we start getting a little funny. Maybe things go belly up. Alright. Adventurers in. We have a remove from scene, and that's what's causing the problems. Let's just hide it, and it should come back to view. We'll just continue fixing other problems as we hopefully see our generated things. All right. Yes! We have some work to do, But that did do what we kind of expected. Those buttons are extremely small. The fonts, because we're not scaling, we're actually reshaping the window. Yeah. We got it. It's there. So if I hit higher hero, it did close it. Let's just have a look at our remote here. Player. And our Spectre, just above my head here is where I'm at. Player heroes. Epor is there. Okay. So now if I were to save. So once again, the saving only happens when we... Oh, I cannot save because I have not connected these. Alright, but that works. And dismiss hero would not add them. Correct. So, that's great. That's working as we expect. So we just have to connect those other buttons up and then play with the roster. What time is it? Oh, it's already 4 hours in. So, I'm thinking we're kind of coming to an end here. With that side, we are generating values. We are passing them along. I don't know if you can't... You know what? Let's hire another D tier because it's a little more better with that visual. So, we've got lots to do. And that's fine. We can see that we need to resize the sprite based off of the window. I wonder, can I expand this any... Okay, it does do that on the stream too. We've clearly made a mistake here because our wavy man is not auto animating. So let's fix that right now because that's unacceptable. Default sprite frame duration. Yeah. It's looping. Autoplay on load. There we go. So, let's refresh. Continue, and let's make this guy just a little bit bigger. You know what? Even if it covers over me, that's okay. At least you guys will be able to see. So, adventurers in. Hire. D tier purchase. Good. Wavy man is waving because ultimately it soothes my soul. So we've got wavy man waving. Japina Urim. Rank D. So we know that's come through. And then we also see here, strength 2, dex 3, int 2, speed 1. So if you remember, we did a maximum of 9 stats you can have. So at top, you can have 3, maximum of 9. I'm just realizing that seems... Is that 100% you could potentially have? Well, whatever. So it does not equal... No, it's 12. 4 times 3 is 12. Why would no one jump in the chat and correct me? Anyways, so you know that the maximum we could have is 12 with a max of 3. And so if everything got maxed out at 3, it would be 12. But we're only allowing 9. So if I run this a few times, I should never get more than 9. And here we can see 3, 6, 7, 8. Okay, the X works still too. Perfect. All right, that's the same kind of thing, just different shuffled. All right. 3, 6, 7, 8. I'm like, oh no, is my logic wrong? How am I getting all these? It's always 3, 2, 2, and 1. Okay, there we go, something different. So just a reminder too with random, just because the values are the same does not make it not random. What's happening too is that on the first draw you have, you're going to have 3s, and then when you start to get to the point where you're getting limited, so when you're only having, you can only draw from 2, you're going to have a higher chance of just 1 or 2 versus the 3. So just keep that in mind. Random is kind of funny where you do need to kind of keep doing it just to see if it happens again. So 3, 6, 7, 8. 3, 6, 7, 8. And once again, too, I'm going to be approaching the upper limit, but the closer I get to the upper limit, the less chance I have of actually attaining the upper limit. All right, we're just gonna, put that back. We'll just run through a few of these. Ooh, that one's a nice low one. So he's pretty trashy. Afwa Isaac. He's only a 6. Honestly, this is pretty good right now for these low number stats. It means that for the most part, like, because I could roll a 1. For the most part, these guys are all kind of kicking in. So, and we're doing the rolls here through too, where strength is always going to be rolled first. So we might actually need to shuffle the array, because we're always rolling strength first. So strength will always have the maximum number available. Speed is always going to be the guy with the least amount, because we're always shuffling and we're rolling these numbers from front to bottom. So strength is always rolled first. So that means speed will more likely be the value that is the least, will have the lesser chance of having a higher value. So I think in our to-do lists, we will shuffle the array after we arrange it. We don't really care too much. We just have to do a minor shuffle, but we want to make sure that each value has a chance of being there. So we'll just kind of keep that in mind going forwards. I'm saying it out loud, but I'm not writing it down, so I will probably forget. Yeah, that's a bad one. Oh, another bad one. Ooh, we could see all 4 ones. All right. I'm wondering if 8's the most. What if I'm doing... I'm just trying to think of the calculations here. Let's have a look at the generate. Because I do feel like I should have seen a 9 by now. Because we don't have too many... Like, I specifically chose a small subset. So let's pull up our scripts here. And we're going to maybe parse through one of these scripts here. And I'm just going to once again say, we're going to be looking at closing off the stream here soon. So if there's any questions or anything you want to ask, fire away. You can ask at any time, but I just know that sometimes, you want to fire something off and you just don't realize what time it is, kind of thing. So we're counting from the range. We're doing the 4 to the -1. Still acceptable pool minus the min stat, the upper value. So let's do a poll, and we'll go through the values here. So I should have done it here. So our first value is 3. Our upper value was 3, and our minimum value was 1. We rolled top value. Cool. Next up, our upper value is once again 3, so max stat. So that's 3, and this was 3 times the minimum stat was 1. So essentially, it's greater than or equals to max stat. So, yeah. So essentially that was 3. 3 is equal to 3, so we are displaying 3. It means here we rolled. We got 2 3s? Seriously? Yes, we did. Okay, perfect. All right, so upper value now is 1. Alarm bells are going off in my head right now. Why is that 1? So max stat is 3. Total acceptable pool is 2. 3, 6, 9. I times 2. Minimum stat of 1. So 2 minus 2. Something's not right. Because, like, 3 minus... sorry, 9 minus 3 is 6. 6 minus 3 is 3. Why is the acceptable pool 2? We're not changing that value. So, yeah, there wasn't a... Oh, because I've already calculated it there. So it took away the 1. And I'd only be able to get a 1. So it'd be 31111 or 3111. Oh. Yeah. That's why. Starts at 4. I need 4 of those. I need 3 of those. Stop at 0. Let's just refresh and rerun. What I think I need to do is actually minus the amount of stats by 1. Adventures in higher D tier. Perfect. 3. Great start. So this should be upper value of 3. Perfect. Value is going to be 1. Okay. That's a little disappointing. Acceptable pool is 6. Minus 1 is 5. Cool. Max stats. can do 3, right? Perfect, because 5 minus 1, or 5 minus... Yeah. Value is 2. So 3, so upper value should still be 3. Oh wait, no, it should be 2 because we still have 1 left. Because our stat block... That's not right. Alright. Acceptable pool is 3. I is going to be 1, I guess, eh? I is 1. So yes, we should offset this by 1, and that's where the problem lies. Because we really want that last value to be 0. Alright. So now if we restart, and we'll just stop the breaks there. Get to the Adventures Inn, higher, D tier, 3, 3, and then 3. 9. Beautiful. You got the full range now. I got 8s. We got 8. We got 7. We got 8. 8. We got 9. And then we should also get some like 4s or 5s. There we go. A 5. So that's that. I think we're gonna call it quits for a bit. Oh, excuse me. So thank you guys so much for watching. We're gonna call it an evening here. I will be back again on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 5:30 p.m. Central, Eastern time, not Central. Don't hold me to Central, Eastern time. And we'll continue working away at this. I might even work away at a bit, over the weekend here. But right now, I need to build a small shelf for a battery backup for my little server rack. And yeah. If you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to message me here or reach out. Always happy to hear from people. That said, as I'm just starting off this week to restream here, I haven't done so in a while now. I don't have really Twitter anymore, so I'll think of ways that people can reach out to me and maybe put them on my page. Well, anyways, just like the wavy man does, I'm going to wave goodbye. We'll maybe go into the just me scene here. Wave goodbye. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful Saturday. And I'm going to go fight whatever is crawling out of my